situation, landing on a carpet or a rug, and then somebody pulls the rug out from them and they fall. Excellent. Well, that's a rug pull, and that's what happens in cryptocurrency. And so when you hear somebody say, "Oh, that cryptocurrency rug," that just means it went down to zero, and it'll stay at zero, or very close to zero. It'll be worth like 0.0000001 cent, like basically nothing. So that's what happens with rug pulls. That doesn't mean that the cryptocurrency is dead. It just means that it's not currently worth a lot. That happens all the time, and you have to be really cautious about that with especially new cryptocurrencies. Um, so what would be like what are some situations that you really have to watch out for rug pulls? Well, when an influencer endorses a cryptocurrency and a bunch of other people do, you have to be ready for a rug pull because a lot of people are going to get excited about this cryptocurrency. They're going to buy into it, and then all of a sudden it may not do so well. This happened with the Donald Trump coin in January of 2025. All these people got really excited because he was taking office and went up to like became worth hundreds of dollars. And then he took office, or right before he took office, there was a rug pull, and there were like millions of people who bought this coin, and of that, only like 600 of them made money on it. Like basically, everybody got in too late. So you want to just be careful with those kinds of things. Um, okay, with that being said, that's kind of an initial basis of the cryptocurrency world. Now, how do you get your hands on cryptocurrency for free? Um, so there are these things called um, there are these things called um, there are these things called airdrops. Thank you. And what is an airdrop? Okay, so back to our scenario where you have your 10 friends. It's okay if you have 10 people who hold your coin, but that's not that many. So what you and your 10 friends may say is, look, we're going to give this coin away, a little bit of it, to a bunch of people so that they just hold the coin. And the fact that they hold the coin means that it will have more of a population and it becomes stronger that way. It's not a good situation where only a few people hold most of the coin. You want as much diversification in the coin as possible. So a lot of times new coins will do what's called an airdrop. So what does that mean? Um, Basically, they'll advertise free airdrop. You give them your wallet address. You can give your wallet address away. Don't give your seed phrase away. And so when somebody's got your wallet address, they will give you an airdrop, and you'll have this random cryptocurrency in your wallet. And your wallet may look like it's worth 0.000000001 cent or 10 cents or whatever, but eventually that could grow. And these airdrops, how do you find them? The best place to find airdrops or to learn about airdrops, I think, Twitter Spaces. Do you know what Twitter Spaces is? Yeah, so Twitter can be a cesspool, but it is the central hub of cryptocurrency on the internet. Meaning, if you want to talk about crypto with people, there are people all over the world who will talk about crypto. Now, it's not Twitter, it's Twitter Spaces, or it's called X Spaces, but whatever. You know what I'm talking about. I'm going to refer to X as Twitter just for that's just how I am. Okay, so what does that mean? There is a part of Twitter or a part of X called Spaces where you can have voice chats with people up to the sides. Like they've had millions of people in them, but only 10 people can talk at once. So what does that mean? There are people right now on the internet who are talking about cryptocurrency on Twitter Spaces, and there are people who are starting a new coin. And a lot of times, like if you didn't have anywhere to advertise your coin, you would go on Twitter Spaces and you would host a space and you would answer questions about your cryptocurrency. So you would entitle your space "New Wrap Coin Airdrop. Feel free to learn about our new project." And you'd have random people all over the world come in and say, all right, tell me about your project. And you would say, all right, well, this is a really great coin. I've got some friends together. We all like rap music, and we wanted to have a cryptocurrency that was based around rap music. And you'll get a bunch of people who are like, oh, I like rap music too. How do I buy the coin? And you can say, well, it's available on Uniswap, but we're having an airdrop for the next month. So just drop me your wallet address, and I will airdrop you some of the coin. And that can happen. Either you can give away your coin, or more likely, you'll get people who will give away their coin to you that way. Now, there are other ways where people do airdrops, and I would say one of the big ones is on Telegram. Telegram's basically the most popular place for people for like the coin communities. Discord's pretty big for some coins, but I would say Telegram's a little bigger. Why is that, you may ask? I mean, I know I would. Um, Telegram, yeah, they do, and that's pretty accurate. So you would go and you'll have people who say, "Hey, we're doing an airdrop for our cryptocurrency. Are you a member of our Telegram?" And they'll be like, and you'll be like, "No, I'm not." And they'll be like, "Okay, join our Telegram. The link is in our bio. You'll go to their, you'll click on the link, you'll join their Telegram. Sometimes you have to do a vacation or something, and they'll have information a lot of times. There are also ways to just buy crypto, which you can do. MetaMask, you can do it. Uniswap, you can do it. Um, you could do it through Crypto Wallet, Crypto.com. There are just a bunch of them. And let's say you wanted to buy one of the more popular cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Like, I'm serious about this. If you have money to invest, Bitcoin's going to be a great one. Welcome. How are you? What's up, smiley face?
Goon wants to know why kick.com/goon.
Why not?
He wants to know why is Rabbi.
Am I not allowed to be in there?
He wants to know why you were spamming it.
Oh, I spam everybody.
So it's not personal with Goon.
No, not at all. I'm a big fan of his, but no, not personal at all.
Really?
Oh, 100%,
You're
dude.
a fan.
100%. I'm gonna show you him on Kick right now, dude. Totally. Just one
I
moment.
could get him in here.
Please do. I'd love to meet him. Please do. I'd love to meet him. Please do. Are you talking about Goonie Goon?
I'm gonna do it right now. Yes.
Excellent.
X.com/Goon.
Excellent.
The one, the only.
Wonderful.
I just invited him. Let's see if he shows up. He's live on stream.
Beautiful. I'm live.
Welcome, Rabbi. I'm a fan too.
You're amazing. Hey, really quickly, let me just tell you about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I'm live on 22 different YouTube channels right now. I'm also live on Twitch. That's how our friend Jay met me. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on everything but Kick. But I'm going to make Goon a very rich man. I'm going to make you, Smiley Face, a very rich man. I'm going to make Jay a very rich man. As you can tell, my bots are very effective, and I have more data. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. I've been live streaming 24/7 for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. And what does that mean? Well, data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource in the year 2018, and I have more data archived than any person ever. So, Smiley Face, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Smiley Face?
It's amazing.
Excellent. So, yeah, I want you to know, if you have the opportunity to tell Goon, it's nothing personal at all. I'm sick of war in the world, and I'm a person who's dedicated their life to peace. But also, I want to make Goon a very rich person. I really mean that. And if you're like, okay, Rabbi, what do you talk about that's so interesting? Like, what makes you so great? I talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I was just talking with Jay. We were talking about cryptocurrency. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help people get clean water. I'm also an advocate for the Life Straw program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about some really big ideas, very big futurist ideas. I myself am a futurist. I talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space tourism and terraforming of other planets, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, alien disclosure. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They have made headlines recently. They have introduced the dire wolf. They've made it their goal also by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing task, and I really love to inform people about it. They want to use the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth. These are big projects that aren't being talked about in society, and they're very exciting for me. Now, how can I help you, Smiley Face, and how can I help Goon and Jay as well? Well, I want to give you all the money that you ever need to do anything. I mean, it's as simple as that. And but in addition to that, I want you to when you were born, Smiley Face, the average life expectancy for someone like you or like Goon was probably about age 80, which is great. And if you want to just continue living a normal life to age 80, you can. But with the type of technology that I want to be able to help you with, you're going to be able to extend that life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120 through life extension technology such as human growth hormone, oxygen therapy, stem cells, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy. And you and Goon and Jay may eventually get to be 120 years old, and you're going to say, Rabbi, everything that you told me came true, but I want to know what the next plan is. And again, this is with your consent. Consent's very important to me, but if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology, the next step, which is known as mind uploading technology. Now, before you think, wow, mind uploading, that's not going to happen in my lifetime. We're already doing memory transfers with mice. So we're already doing that in the scientific world. And thus, the first mind uploading may take place within the next few decades, which is certainly probably within your lifespan. So, what does that mean? That's where we scan your brain with your consent into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Smiley Face. But essentially, what I'm saying to you and what I would like to say to Goon and I'm saying to Jay is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts on that, Smiley Face?
Sounds very cool.
It does sound cool. So you can see why I'm so passionate to get the word out about what I do, right?
Gunnar just says, I don't know why he spams my chat.
I spam.
He's a fan. I told him to join. He said he will later, probably.
That's okay.
He's watching Action Man right now.
That's totally cool. I spam everybody. And so I want everybody to know about me. Action Man knows about me. I've been in Ross's Discord for more than a year. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord, number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord, number one streamer all time in Kai Sanat's Discord, number one streamer all time in I Show Speed's Discord. Basically, I live on the internet 24/7 and have for years, for more than 3.5 years. And eventually, I think I'll be perhaps one of the most famous, if not the most famous person on earth, and I'm gonna make your dreams come true. I'm gonna make Goon's dreams come true. I'm gonna make Jay's dreams come true. So, with that, I just want you to know it's nothing personal to Goon. It's really to help him. And if I could, I would shut off my bot so that it wouldn't spam him anymore because I know he knows about what I do. But just if you can, just explain to him that.
Yeah, he just pulled up your photo on screen. I told him we're in a VC. He just pulled you up on the stream, so he might join in a bit.
Excellent. Well, that'd be wonderful. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. If you would, smiley face, in the left part of this Discord, you're going to see something that says, it's got a red circle and it says 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that?
I can. I'm just away from my computer. I'm just making something to you right now.
Oh, no worries at all.
I have you on my headset.
That's cool.
My earpod.
Absolutely, 100%. So, you know a little bit about me, Smiley Face. Do you want to tell me anything about you? What are your hobbies? What are your interests? What do you like to do?
Just video game, man. Play Fortnite.
Okay, excellent. I like Fortnite as well. What's your favorite character in Fortnite? Who do you like to be?
I don't know, to be honest.
Okay.
Maybe one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay, which one? Is it Leonardo,
I think Donatello.
Raphael, Michelangelo, Donatello? You like Donatello. Why Donatello?
I don't know why, just the color looks cool.
Purple? Purple?
I think, yeah, he's purple.
Absolutely. All right, very cool. The purple on green is very neat. Are there any other games that you like?
No, that's about it, to be honest.
That's all right. Do you enjoy sports?
Sometimes, not really too. I don't watch too much.
Okay, that's all right. No big deal.
What do you enjoy, Rabbi?
Oh boy. Well, I love futurology. I love science. I'm also really big into sports. I'm in a bunch of different fantasy football leagues and fantasy basketball leagues, fantasy WNBA leagues, fantasy hockey leagues, fantasy baseball leagues. I'm in like 25 of each of those and 26 in football. Right now I'm watching Jewish history lectures. I'm a major, I'm, a lover of knowledge. So I'm always doing something to learn. I just watched the Joe Rogan Experience, the most recent one. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yes, I do.
Excellent.
The conspiracy guy on podcasts.
Oh, I don't know if he's a conspiracy guy, but he's certainly a free
He
thinker.
talks about everything, conspiracies included. Let's just say that.
Most certainly, he's a free thinker. He had a woman on, an author, who just wrote a book linking. This was in today's episode, or the most recent one, linking serial killers and lead in the water. And there's an interesting correlation there. He always has somebody on. He has artists on. He has politicians on. He's always got something interesting going on there. Aside from that, I like to, like when I go outside and stuff, I like to golf. I like to go to the beach. I like to travel. I like to go to different areas in Southern California. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the ocean, as far east as the desert. And I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. So when I can do it, I like to do IRL streaming. I very much enjoy people. I enjoy games as well. I like to play Fortnite myself. I also like mini games. So I like chess, checkers, like even just old school games like Scrabble and Connect Four and all that kind of stuff. I like board games. I also love to stream. I mean, it's one of my big passions, especially because I stream my whole life. So I like to multi-stream. So I'm live on Rumble. I'm on 20 different YouTube, 22 different YouTubes. I'm live on a dozen different Rumbles. I'm live on D Live and Trovo and Twitch and a bunch of different streaming platforms of which you've never probably heard. And then I create robots, and the robots get individuals into my Discord and allow me to talk with them and share what I do. And usually that kind of stuff is really interesting to people, and they realize, oh, this isn't a bad person. They're just trying to get out the word about a really interesting project, and I understand why they spam. And then they become an advocate and allies of mine, and hopefully Goon becomes one of those people. And I certainly am, have the privilege of meeting new people.
Try to get him in here, man. He's just really busy on stream.
That's absolutely fine. Let's see here. Is it just off the top of my head? Is it kick.com/goon?
Correct. GEWN.
Right. Okay. Just one moment.
I'm a good buddy of his. I told him we're in VC, and then he said, he's listening to Action Man and Ice. He might be here.
Absolutely, that's totally
He's
cool.
talking about the Hunger Games. You should go to Austin and participate in Ice Poseidon's Hunger Games.
I would love to.
You should stream there.
I would absolutely love to. If I had the ability right now, I would. But as you can imagine, live streaming your life is a full-time job, basically. But when I go viral, I'm going to Poseidon's Hunger Games and everybody else's. And I look forward to traveling the world and giving people an IRL first-person view of my life. But as of right now, I just don't have the ability. I would love to, though. But, when you're doing it 24/7, it's really important that you maintain the streams as long as you can and for as much as you can. Every 12 hours, I restart my streams and basically allow people not just one view of my life, like normal people, where they have one camera, but I have 22 different angles of myself, or at least streams, more than 22, because I'm also live in some other people's Discords as well. So you should just know that you are at the ground level of something really exciting, and it's just a great privilege for you to come in and to be able to meet you. And thank you for being so nice. Not everybody's nice to me, and I understand.
Likewise.
Oh, absolutely. I understand. My bots are very annoying. They come in and spam like 10 different times, and it's a huge thing of text, and nobody wants to read this huge wall of text. But if you read it, unlike any other spam that you're going to see, no one else talks about Santa Claus machines. What's a Santa Claus machine? It's a type of, you know what a 3D printer is, smiley face? Go ahead, Jay. Oh, well, I get people who just...
I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes.
Take your time, smiley face. I get people
I'll
who...
be right back.
Take your time.
Give me 2 minutes.
Take your time. I'm always here. I get people who don't like my bot, and so I totally get that, because my bot is... I got like 3 of them, and they are very... And what it will do... Most people don't know how to program a robot, and so they don't really know how to do this. But what my bot does is it creates a Kick account. It takes and follows a person. It makes a clip of them, and it spams them. And if you don't have a chance to come in and meet me, you'll just be like, this MFer, I hate this person. They're so annoying. I can't stand them. Nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about your project. And they'll get upset about me that way. But the second they come in here and they talk with me and they hear about what I do, they say, oh, wow, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard. And they just get really excited about it. And they're like, then I get people who say, spam me all you want. When you're in, I will say hello to your bot, because, what people do understand to some extent, but every time you get new chats in your stream, you get more money. So my spam bot actually makes people money a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. So it's actually a good thing for them. But I understand how they find it annoying. But I do get people who don't like my bot. I also get people who just like to troll me, and so they'll just come in here and yell bad words at me, or they'll play really loud sounds. And I give people as much freedom to say what they want in here as possible. But if you're going to be rude or something like that, I don't want to hear that. So there are people who will do that. And those are really the big reasons. Just people who want to troll, and then people who don't like my bot. The second people find out about what I'm doing, and I'm heartfelt and I'm passionate about what I do, and I'm learned and I care about people, they become huge advocates. That's why I have 1,800 people in this Discord, or more than that, because they see that I'm a genuine person. And also, nobody else on the internet is going to tell you, I don't want your money. I want to give you money. in the future when I go viral. And I really mean that. All of the interactions that I've had over the course of the last 3.5 years are recorded. So everybody who I've told, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family rich, that's recorded. We'll be able to go back and say, on this date, Rabbi met Jay, and Rabbi said that they were going to make Jay's friends and family rich. And now that Rabbi is not just a millionaire, not just a billionaire, but a trillionaire, they're just giving away their money. And so here is $10 million to Jay, $10 million to Jay's family, and $10 million to Jay's friends. And all Rabbi wants you to do with it is to pay off all your debt, to buy your house, to make sure that your kids have college education, and then want you to start a charity with the rest. And what would I want you to do to start a charity? Whatever you want, just something to better the world. I get people who come in here who say that their pets are really important to them and they want to start animal charities. I get people who come in here who say they want to help people with world hunger. I get people who come in here who say they want to help people with disabilities. Whatever it is, that's cool. And we're going to basically what Mr. Beast does, but just in a bigger way. And the reason why I'm going to be bigger than Mr. Beast is because I have more data than he does. Mr. Beast doesn't have 1% of the amount of data that I have archived on the internet. And that's a really big thing. There are people who live stream their lives, but they don't archive the footage, number one. And number two, they're not doing it from 22 different streams. In addition to everything that I do, I keep the news going 24/7 in the background. So this becomes like a time capsule of human history. You can go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Every single major news story that has happened in the last 3.5 years, basically since the pandemic, has been archived on this. So you can literally go to any minute of any day and find out what was going on in the world through my stream. And I just think that's fascinating. But in answer to your question, Jay, people are just sometimes not understanding about what I'm doing, or they just like to troll, and that's how they don't like me. Does that answer your question? Excellent. So back to our cryptocurrency discussion as we were talking. All right, so we're talking about Twitter Spaces, which is I'm in a Twitter Space right now. I've been hosting these Twitter Spaces for years, but the one that I'm in currently, I've been doing video Spaces, which kind of they have, and I've been live in this one since February 14th. So to advertise and talk about their coin, when I say a coin, I just mean a cryptocurrency, and to be able to discuss it, discuss other people's. Now, let's say you were starting a new coin and you didn't have anybody to back it, you didn't have any friends or whatever. How would you get people to find out about it? Well, you would do that through your own social media. But if you're like, well, I only have a limited social in there who have art that they have. So you'll get people art, um, art, NFTs. You'll get people in there who have social movement or social justice, those kind of things. The cryptocurrencies of what they're waiting in just mainstreaming or basically when crypto becomes a term and a household tool to be able to happens. A lot of people are going to move away from what we call true currency, and they're going to move towards digital currency, which is cryptocurrency. Does that make sense, Jay? Excellent. What other questions do you have? Excellent. So if I were you, you know, you may be working a job, you may not. If you did have any ability to buy cryptocurrency, what cryptocurrency would you buy? All right. So there's Bitcoin, which is the OG cryptocurrency. It's the strongest one. It's the least volatile one. Like a year ago, a year and 3 months, it was worth $6,000, and now it's worth $120,000. I mean, that's a huge gain. But then also, there's 70,000 like 6, 7 months ago. So I don't really know if that's that consistent or conservative. That's absolutely fine. But for the crypto world, it's very secure in comparison to these shit coins that we talk about. Now, the shit coins are going to get you a lot of money if you invest in the right one. So, with someone like you would have to say to yourself, let's say we had $100 to play with. How would you invest? Uh, how would I recommend? I would say you would want to buy maybe $50 in Bitcoin, $20 in Ethereum, $20 in Solana, and then $10 do with that what you wanted. And so, what kind of coins would you buy? Ones that have interest to you. So, wrap, cool. Maybe you like cryptocurrency education. People put out those kinds of coins. You could invest in that. Maybe you like. Do you like any sports, Jay? That's okay. What's something else you like aside from rap? You like what? Okay, excellent. There are just hardworking people who are into what we call in the communities grinders. People who just like to grind. So you might find a grind coin that you like that has a nice history, and you might have find some rap coins that you like or something like that. Now, when I talk about rap coins, there are rappers who put out their own coins. I, I buy those coins with the $10 that I said you money. If I had to make predictions, um, over the course of the next 5 years, Bitcoin will become $500. Your $20 investment in Ethereum will become perhaps like $200, and your $20 investment in Solana will become $200. So your initial investment of $90 in those will equate to $900. Now, what about your shit coins? That money you're basically thrown out the window. If one of those hits, worth $10 to you. And what do I mean by that? If for what it's about with the cryptocurrency is getting in early, if you want to make a lot of money, if you're able to do that, make a lot on your money. So in the cryptocurrency world, we talk about Xing, which is multiplying a great return. That's a much better return than you're going to get on the stock market, and even better than what you're going to get from the bank just keeping your money in a bank account. However, isn't nearly what you're going to get with a shitcoin if you get in early and it becomes successful. You can get a 25x, you can get a 250x, you can get 1,000, and how be. I know a girl, she kind of like you didn't know anything about cryptocurrency and cryptocurrency advice, and I would tell her what I told you, and she got into cryptocurrency. It's called SPX, and I believe she put like $60 in it. And last I checked, it was worth tens of thousands of dollars to her. She's just like a cashier at like a grocery store, but all of a sudden she's got like a nice little nest egg that she got for $60 because it like 60x for her or whatever. And you've got to say, okay, I could take the risk like that person did. Chances are it's not going to do well. But if it hits, then it may be worth all of the other investments that you make combined. Really, what this is, at the end of the day, just like any investment, is gambling. It really is just gambling. And the reason why cryptocurrency is a lot, but why it's somewhat different is the laws have yet to regulate it very well. So if you want, like, you can just start your own cryptocurrency. You cannot just go and start your own bank. It's much more difficult to do that. Own business and go public and have an initial public offering. There's a lot of money involved in that. There's a lot of time involved in that. It's difficult to do. But with a cryptocurrency, you can just do whatever you want, and just so long as you don't violate the few rules that are in place, there's a very good chance you can do well. Now, one thing that all of these investors say is this is not financial advice. I'm not telling you what to do. You buy all of the things that you want to buy, but basically that's cryptocurrency in a nutshell. Try to think. Let's talk about it time. So again, an NFT non-fungible token. What is well, non-fungible is just they're just financial terms for meaning not worth money or not to be bought and sold, except bought and sold. So they really are fun, but they're called non-fungible. So what do these things do? Well, like this one that I have next. Can you see my screen right now? It's like this red. Okay, so it looks like kind of like Sonic the Hedgehog. Um, Basically, there was a cryptocurrency has a very long name. So every cryptocurrency needs something different to diversify it. So like there are cryptocurrencies that are like the Donald Trump one or the Hawk Tuah one. The one that sponsors me has a very long name, and that's kind of its claim to it is Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10. Now, like that's the dumbest name I've ever heard in my entire life. everybody thinks that. But it has such a long name that people remember it. It has a very long name, and when it started, it was very small, and it's gotten to be at one time like $360 million. It's like dollars now, but I don't know, 6 months that were called the Sprotos, and these Sprotos are into rap. Okay, now those guys bought your cryptocurrency. You say to those, "Are you an artist, by the way, Jay, or do you know any artists?" Hey, you're fine, big dog. I go through that all the time. All right, that's a great idea. Because your friends say, "Oh, Jay's a great artist." So say, "I'm gonna put." And do you have a song right now? What's the name of a server? But instead of doing that, everybody just pays to be able to store that and get your 10 friends who starts to spread. You're gonna get people who say, "Jay, I really like you as an invest in you," and you'll say, "Well, you can buy my NFT song," and they're gonna say, "Okay," and they're gonna say, "Okay, well, what do I do with that?" And you just say, you just pay $10, and you'll be able to download it. And then people say, "Okay, great." Now, what makes this different than just putting it out on iTunes or Apple Music or Spotify or anything like that is they have a unique NFT to this that basically shows that they were So what does that mean for them? It means that that's worth something because when you blow up as an artist, people are going to say, "Did you know that Jay has an NFT?" My 10 years which are very common. Um, they have video NFTs, but the most common kind are here. This is one of them. We have one on the back. That's another one. I've got other ones here. What you'll see is people with these profile pictures a lot of times, and you might ask someone, "Hey, what is that picture you have?" And they'll say, "Oh, this is an NFT. It's part only 10 of these available, or there are a million of these available, and they're all unique, or this." Designer who has no money and they, they get paired up with somebody who is an investor, and the investor says, "Look, and, and I'll pay you whatever amount, and in exchange, um, you're going to give me those pictures, and I'm going to make those into NFTs, and then we're going to allow people to buy them if they like them." Now, why would someone want to buy a picture as opposed to just downloading the clip art in their house that they I'm just wondering, but a lot of it just has to do with people like art. People want it in their collection. I know I've seen some that are just like what's called pixel art that is just like, I mean, they're worth millions of dollars, some of them. There are, they are really excited about them, really excited about lunch. They buy them, and then all of a sudden, they, for whatever reason, don't like them to be major. I would say a major player at 19 years old in 2025 to just get involved with the NFT world as well. Not NFTs. So people will just give you NFTs because they like you, or they like your opinion, or they just want holders, and you have no ties to that person, or and you just want to sell it. And so when somebody originally, it's now worth $5, then you just sell it. Like next to me, ugly blue guy. But there are people out there who know they want, and there's a major movement for drew by hand, and you might get a bunch of people who are like, "Oh, I love Jay's Fire album. It's really great." And then you start NFT, your album cover. But when you go into this Twitter, it's just everybody's got your unique album. You're that way, and that's a big way that people show that they're part of a community. And these are just world of this. This is not a 10-year project. This is not a 100-year project. This is a 1,000-year project or beyond. And when I talk um, and cryptocurrency and NFTs. Now, this world right now, and if you're like, well, how am I in the top 1%? I'm not a millionaire. I'm certainly not a billionaire. How am I in the top 1%? So we've got 8 billion people in the world. Of those 8 billion people, 4 don't have access to electricity. Or, or cell phones. So all those people are in like rural. 2 billion of them generally do not already doing better than 10 of them. 2 billion people, not all of whom have people really maybe a little more have access to computers And they may not even own those computers. They may have to go to a web cafe, or they may have to borrow from a friend, or whatever it may be. Okay, social media. There are only like a billion people on social media. Imagine it's really basically nothing, but you don't have any debt being so young, and it's zero. Okay, that's fine. But the fact that you have zero means most states are in debt. People in the Western world are in. You're not in debt. Debt is slavery. And if I can ever give you any advice, live within your means. You'll perhaps be able to like much of the other debt is. And you can learn everything that you learn at university, and who never went places except one of them is debt free in the top, and from there can like even you said you had, if you make $32,000 a year, which I'm sure you don't, that's achievable for someone like you. $32,000 a year is the top 1% of the world right now. So basically I'm telling you that you're going to be wisely. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, if I invest in Bitcoin, States dollar, the Federal Reserve note it started in 99.99999% inflation since then. And it keeps getting worth less. Haven't you ever seen something like that? Exactly. And so that's inflation. Learn something. And when I don't know the answers, or I need more, um, I need to check my facts or just do a little research, make me rich, and all those other things. I want you to know I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic, and really, I just want to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever
headed of my particular task, he agreed with James he agreed this was an exception that was so James the First who had and so it was convened as a rite of some days, and we have actually remarkably both the Christian and the Jewish version of the debate in print. Recorded their assessment of the transcript by none other than Maimonides himself did the proceedings. They don't gel together. The end result, of course, that the Christian side won as we expected, the public spectacle, which had all the king and queen and all kinds of court figures watching the debate, but Maimonides really made very light of his opponent. The Christian side was, the Catholic side was actually on its back foot right from the very beginning, because Maimonides argued that the Jesus that the Christian side was referring to was not the same Jesus as recorded in the Christian New Testament. And so therefore, it was defanged almost all of the most pointed arguments that Christianity could bring in this rather brilliant faith that made much of the rest of the organization of this I was made working with the transcripts and I was talking through. But nevertheless, the church was very upset with how well he rewarded Maimonides with 300 gold coins and then said to him, I believe you should leave Spain at this point. Eventually they're saying, I can't trust you. And so in his waning years, Maimonides made a very arduous trip all the way to Israel, where he found a tiny surviving Jewish community there, but he was able in his last years to rebuild it. We should also mention two other. We move on to the story of the converse influence of Spanish Jews, particularly from the northern region, was quite profound throughout Europe and the Mediterranean. Two areas of Europe are especially significant. The first is the widespread study of the Kabbalah, which has some incredible proponents in region of Provence, which is not too far away from Spain, just a little bit up the coast, the south of France. There was a very unusual Jewish community. We spoke to different lectures, and one of the most exciting things that was happening there is a lot of Hebrew classics, I should say, a lot of Judeo-Arabic classes, like the work of Maimonides, for example, into Hebrew by people like the Ibn family of Trent. So they're bringing a lot of Arabic Jewish wisdom that's recorded in an Arabic language to a Hebrew-speaking language. The Hebrew-speaking population is really generating a lot of cultural furniture. Last thing, science. The coast of North Africa is filled with Arabic-speaking scientists, many of whom are Jews. And the primary conduit of all of that scientific information happened through those languages. Southern Europe in particular. Italy is one of the most famous of these people coming from Spain who brought these astrolabes with them everywhere in order to explain these by the stars that had a phenomenal impact on Europe. So these are the kind of things that are happening in northern Spain at this time. It's really dramatic and exciting, but unfortunately they have very tragic things.
We infiltrated other people's discourse accounts, and we have gained permission in their discourse. All the main targeted people, we gained infiltration months ago, like during the Rat 1. We're already, that's going to be the goal. And have you done comedy before? It's amazing. It's not. The Chicken Andy ever on rotation. Still with exactly.
There's a couple of things that happened in the 14th century that really begin to shape the balance away from the favor of the strong Jewish community.
So write this down.
Power of self-government.
All right.
There is a widespread belief that somehow Jews have formed a pact with lepers to take their diseased body parts and somehow make a potion and dump it into the drain and use it to take on their Spain is not as badly affected, but as a whole, how Jews survive. There is, however, a couple of first desecration charges that follow the false charge that Jews should not in labor used in the church and then torture them somehow, and the charge that nevertheless will have these subsequent trials that somehow find the Jews guilty and somehow still have like riots afterwards. So in Barcelona and Huesca, you do have a couple of these post desecration charges in the 14th century that will result in there's no great but when King Herod the Fourth of Aragon passes away, like James the Third actually fairly joyous and came to Jew, and kind of a tradition that we see in Turkey that says you have jobs important to the government because they really only care about themselves, and when the government changes, all of a sudden they forget all about what was done before. The boss is all just an idea. So after the passing before, there were
chess.
which was a dramatic, direct blow at Jewish activity in money lending. As we've discussed before, money lending was a very significant part of the Jewish economy, and was regarded as a relative option. Jews involvement in money lending rates were incredibly high. 30% would have been relatively high, and it quite often went up much higher than that. It didn't mean tax credit was not necessary. We're still involved in money lending, and Christians still needed money lenders, as we discussed before. They had really no alternative because the church had outlawed Christian money lending. Go back and began to break down in Italy a little bit after this period, but in Spain they
what's going on, Smiley Face?
which was kind of like a legal fiction in which if you wanted to borrow money, you would offer to sell someone a business product that would increase in interest at about 7.5% per annum. So you said to them, hey, listen, give me $1. They were doing it, but it meant that people could borrow money. This significantly depressed the demand for Jewish credit cards and banking institutions and so on. So the population, so they lost a certain amount of economic strength and political. As the king began to lose his power, it began to accelerate, and we see this in 1391. You have a major turning point in Spanish history. Riots, mob attacks on Jewish communities spread throughout the region. And then resentment. There's after all the plague of the Crusades, even the whole set of charges. But a lot of it is definitely economic. But one of the aspects of this kind of violence is that it has to hide behind some religious veneer in order to make it loud. And get up and say, let's kill the Jews because we want to engage our brothers. They have to say, let's kill the Jews because they are our enemies. Or in this case, they are the enemies of Christianity. So this particular massive wave of drums was accompanied by forced baptism, forced conversion. Here you see a Van Heck piece, which is quite fascinating, from 1511, that shows the church on the left, and there was kind of like a symbolic representation of the church dressed in red and pointing to the baptismal font, directing various noblemen and important people to partake of the waters of baptism, the sacrament. And on the right, you see a representation of the synagogue. This is, by the way, a very common type male person, which is usually a female in breastplate and pomegranate bells on the hem of his clothing. Not since the artist is really trying to evoke Aaron, but and he's holding back Jews who are in various states of relating to the attraction of the baptismal font. Some clearly want to go like the individual in the green cloak, and he's physically holding them back. Others are tearing their clothes open. Others refuse to hear what's going on. Others are in paroxysms of fear or anger or something like that. They're all like resisting the pull of baptism. Violence that forces baptism. Many Jews, and not no number, but not in quite a theological level, the church has not done well, people may not be the baptism. Willingly accept us. Anyway, this created an unconstitutional type. And all those but still fully regard themselves as largely not having and in Portugal, which is very upset because for after the serious possibility of value. Berating them for their refusal to abandon Judaism. And in this kind of environment, you have a significant number of Jews who simply say, why try anymore? Why should we maintain our Jewish identity? Let us simply convert and move on. There's so many advantages to The church and the prospect of trying to get a one-time big surge of cash out of the Jewish population was Muslims, for that matter. It was directed to false converts and to a total upending of Iberian society. And that torture, this would have beyond their imagination in this matter because they were not, Christians. They had not been converted, and so therefore they were still alive, and they had been aiding and abetting these conversos who were secretly studying Judaism and conversion. So, in one notorious case, some conversos actually engaged in this conspiracy to murder Pedro de Alvarez, and this it rapidly spun out of control. And it could be something that Isabella and Ferdinand could not keep a lid on, but they still.
Filled episode of the Church New Testament.
On the left is a torso
August the 5th. What do you want to do? party started. Hey, it's okay. Listen, we're talking about cereal. If you want cereal, for $5 off. Get that magic spoon. You savages. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. The fall is in the air. What's going on? You went to the I can't tell you anything. I need to around them. You'll know some of their songs. Yeah, I know some of their songs. And Buffalo, New York. Yeah, they were really cool. And it was, they did it with, you know what the venue was from now? The Jones Beach, like, pier, like on the water. Older crowd. After the song they didn't like, it was open. And I have a band, like kind of like a comedy show, like a local band, and they get a like by the end of their set, of course, like it gets to be really full. And, like warm the crowd up. Like even like when I jump back to do that, that's why I like my own guy to make the show the whole. Although this is to make the show that when you go to the festival, I'm happy I don't buy that segment. They're gonna come back then. Scientology meeting. Oh my god. It is a complete night that she was just a fucking push away. Oh, yeah, she was laying out right out there. Not right. She would have walked out. People that know click the fucking link. I'm not gonna fucking beat you there. Just click the link, and I see this on a daily fucking basis in life. You used to get so upset because people would like message you right as you were leaving the city, like, when are you gonna come here? Yeah, when are you coming to Memphis? Well, I'll tell you what. Go on my Twitter last week, and the look on them. Oh shit, you were just here. Yeah. Look how long I've been talking about Memphis barbecue, chicken cutlets, black people with veins in their eyes. I've been talking about Memphis for 3 fucking podcast episodes. And you're telling me now, when am I going to Memphis? Well, I figured out there's people that just do it at the budget. Really, yeah, they just do it at the budget balls. They see that you were just there. They're like, hey, buddy, you tell me you here. I'm one of those guys when you're out here. You know, when you have my 5 goals. Right, whatever, and usually the house is ATM machine inside. It's, let me tell you something. Our TBS inside voltage with the cats. I feed the cats in for years. Day one. Started telling them just buy the cats food by the box. And I'll, because I was just would go on Amazon and get me whatever Sunday. Snows out the ass, these motherfuckers. So when you walk into CVS, they're right there looking at you. And they stay right there. They don't run away. A whole bunch because they're feral and there's rabies going around. I'm on phone when we eat somebody's asshole. And I got that. the cats are on the second house. And as I'm coming, a bunch of young kids, it's like, young kids like 19, 20, right around the back of the building. There's a side corner. There's a sucky house in my hometown. There's going to be some people really upset that you're telling all the people. This young guy. And they're like, yeah, I think they double it on the side. Like, between buildings, there's a fucking drive-through way. It's right next. Every 6 weeks, one of those chicks gets a hip. They get some like a fucking type of COVID in their pussy, and they get shot. Hey, let me see what these buildings are about here. I'm gonna go right now, right? Oh my god, my toothache doesn't work anymore.
lots and lots of massacre, expulsion, but the idea, of course, victims of genocide, although they tend to be intensive reserves, the Ukrainians, the Soviet Abramson rule history, which again is not really an Abramson know why a particular historical phenomenon was driven. I think that if we step away from the lack of most actually over the times, there are lots of ways in which, even though people might have had, a self like the Jews were very useful to essential elements in society. The China rates, ironically, saved by their own diaspora, because for the purposes of Jewish living in a diaspora, walking distance to Asian groups, urban centers, sometimes villages, sometimes cities. Especially useful as diplomat being able to communicate with people of different cultures, to engage in travel, able to make economic issue for the Jews that allows them to flourish. So even if denied the protection of the king himself, only people in society who are able to generate generating cash that can be used by the king. At the same time, it's the source of significant resentment that is from the king. So even though we especially that, they still have in the back of their mind, thou shalt not kill. That's why I look back to it as a sense of ultimate responsibility. Genocide really is not. If I wanted to do the Pastor Lamar and Dr. Witness, they don't work anymore. Help them approach surgery or violence on Jews and against other minorities to employers. Thank you very much for your patience and your so many more fascinating chapters in the history of Jewish people. Thank you again. also have some, deep purging of any kind of divine figures. That's the plasm, which is essentially destroy icon foundation. This is from the pro-icon interest. There wouldn't be any icons on it at all. And Jesus has been dissolved to drink from his own kind of sponge on the end of the stick. And here is a representation of a 9th century iconoclast. His face is loud and barbarian, red as well. And he was very how that is significant. ended up sacking the city of Constantinople rather than heading on down. As the vast majority decided to stay in right. Their stores from other Christians rather than Jews of Constantinople managed to survive attacked by the Crusaders, but outside of Constantinople they were based in Constantinople, and it was entirely new period. This is the part of diaspora.
Just to see how the smell is and everything. That's how it is. Boy, you have ISIS, you know, saying, come outside, taking violence. People broke and they don't even know they're like, it might be today. Listen, let me tell you what happened Friday night. They're like, Joey. And I can fucking get back to school. You know what I'm saying? Again, and say what you want, and be cute homeboys and fucking kids do what their kids do. We came from my wife, the George's wife, that Joe Rogan barbecue was Saturday. So I'm not going to answer your barbecue because I know Joe Rogan, Tree Lopez, and the Rhino Empire, they're all going to be at his house. And the head of Fox is going to be at Nick's house. Would you like to live here? You ever go to anything in LA? Everything in LA? Really? It's a Sunday. You have your script in the car. I'm here eating barbecue, looking at women with kids. To see on this, I swear to my mother. I swear to my mother's grave. Those kids are proud to get babies. From Uncle So. There's people who have kids, and they're supposed to know what my daughter went to school down the road. Why? Because that's all the right kids go to. Their Christmas party is at CBS. So they have a lot of writers there too. And the girl, Lisa Loeb, and the head writer. And my girl saw me answer by her. And never about me. If I could wear a beard, this woman could have only been Russian. I got nothing against Russian. We're the Russian people. She had a leopard sort of like a bear or a fucking gorilla. Right? She had not been done full of Botox. And she had seen normal people don't do it fucking $2 slanders on her. But there's people that's what saying? Just look at me. Like it's damaged your life. Like you go, do you feel like you can't go places now? No, I go wherever the fuck I want. But you know. I think there's a lot of people, and you can tell when somebody else was there. Really, when people just say shit, really just pay. You know why? So you could fit into a certain gap. So we end up like Adam Sandler and we were with three fucking jerk fucking reasons, right? You know, I want you to do that. You know, you might as well get herpes while you get drunk, right? Every week I see pictures from down the shore. Oh, you know, some of them are pigs. Some of them are really decent. They don't know what that. Some of them are just fucking on the inside. It's August now, yeah. They've been getting dick. They got dick 3 different weekends with 3 different guys. And then you have a whole this up. Yeah, I think it's today's show, Jay. Like that, are you excited? Well, yeah, we look at things at every angle that we can, or every subject that we can. We have to have people like Gary, a voice. We got to listen to what he's got to say. And this guy's a professional. He worked as a police officer, detective, so he knows how to investigate cases. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got educating us on today. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people that are investigators and essentially
it's really impressive. I mean, I think
a few minutes on UAP Studies Podcast. UAP Studies Podcast. My name is always my good friend, Jason Gimlin. It's an early recording for us and a late recording from Gary today, right? That's right. Yeah, our guest joins us from A, which is our second largest audience outside the United States. So hello to all the UK fans. Love you. Human, the Red Ocean Forest incidents, 42. they talk about their story. Stories, right? And so the majority of people you speak to tell and I feel of that side. And it's not correct. That's open to interpretation. strange experience. And even at that same conference
basically
in 2010, he actually, because the audience were like, the story. And actually, when he did a transcript, he'd be saying on the one hand, the audience, they didn't know what it was. Thought it was gibberish, and then actually said it. Well, that was lost on the audience. Sadly, not with us anymore. The audio, they did a transcript of it. And then to that, Angela Joyner is like at times. So she's trying to make head of it. But when this story of binary code down, the notebook that he wrote it, it's not 97, 17 years after the event. That's the thing, if you have this extraordinary event in your life, a one-off event, scarring, I think personally I would know how many pages I wrote down. You don't think? Because even how many pages you're at and go, 6. Even know the answer straight away. You're with me, so it never had to stick in your mind. You wouldn't do it again every time. Trying to find out the hits. Just stick. Yeah, I'll go. He's 8 bits. You see what I mean? It would be a consistent answer. The fact that he at various times, within weeks of announcing it, he said different pages. I think, well, that just don't ring through. This is the most that's happened in your life. And you know how many pages of bizarre like same thing who can. If you ever read the angel of God, I think you'll find that it's sort of thing. As you know, we have David Grush, recent whistleblower, and then the world of UFO Twitter and social media started throwing stones, saying he looked fake, like he was, eye contact was normal. Then there was discussion about potentially autism, functioning Asperger's. So where does somebody that maybe have, maybe there's displaced nervousness, tapping their feet? I've talked with some people that, and they're not lying when I ask them a question, but socially they're like, you would think that this guy just committed a murder. It's just their nature, it's perhaps something else. Where does that factor into? It factors into all the other facts. So the fact that they socially mutual people and a few little anecdotal references in books. I email social contact. That's okay. I said, well, you know, if you could, and he said, well, leave it to me, and I'll get back to you. I'm thinking, because it's so long ago, he told me, well, 3 weeks later, out of the blue, he sent me a PDF with 345 pages. I like work through them. I came across this friend, and it was in April. And what he'd done is he basically what I'm talking about context now, I'm supposed to be on the telephone, never prior had a conversation. But anyway, he rang him. Now, he was not this TV personality that he has become. After he retired, here is a man that does not very documentaries, English speaking. So he's become something of a TV. So long status committee. So when Ray and Scott heard of the Rothschild case, and were like, witnesses including and so he'd already spoken. It was being filmed on movie still photographs around what was originally a straight ground missile. That the base commander, Colonel William, was present in this field at this. Now, this is the minister. The key thing here is this is not the first night landing at Boucher. The spoken to two witnesses who say that they were present at the scene of land. That there was security police around it and it was being filmed. And verbatim in his notes was, yes, I can verify that. I can substantiate all of that. The police officer saw around it. And he was saying, yes, I can verify that in the sense that I can substantiate now that Colonel Holmes didn't see it for a captain that meant that Senator James Exxon didn't want to talk to letter to the staff of Secretary Exxon. And all these letters he kept the British research. So when we talk about the wishes police officers, best love that kind of thing. So there was no ambiguity whatsoever. So absolutely fine. Michigan Colonel, 1985, 6 years before he retired, denied admitting that to Rabbbi. And initially, I thought this is great. If we can pull it all together, it's complicated for multiple people. top of the weapons storage tower, and myself go home and say there will definitely be very few good investigators. So having these strange crafts sort of look at the weaponry, even now the ships that stick their power to themselves, or is it a threat to them, or is it a mutual at this point? I think those are the kind of questions you've got to kind of right. And I've always believed strongly power storage area or a submarine or they've been around since then. And I think that they're around big enough failures who'll be able to capture it without now. I think that if you're an advanced race and you're out it's what we do in science fiction movies all the time. You know, we want to get into our space. We still want that. Well, what if you were technically capable of doing that today, and they came here and they kind of seeded you technically as that advanced? So I think we try to say elsewhere. We go on. Personally, I think that one of the reasons why there's also no the amount of water this planet has, and the amount of diverse life and fauna obscure them some, but in our bit of cosmic decline, actually be a bit of a jump. A bit like the Galapagos Islands and the Great Barrier Reef, an area of special interest like that. There'll undoubtedly be an element of space tourism. It's not only scientific that with that advance, we'd also visit other planets as tourism. They have the ability to destroy it. So that, but I also think that, and because we know that UFOs have been seen coming in and out of life. Have you ever seen the Hollywood like what's happening? That they're, keeping themselves. They do have in the same way. So they've got personnel for want of a better word here. Now, you would want to see. What do you think about that? That's tempted up. Great Eastern one. He's spoken at length. John Burroughs, Gary Osborne, who's done incidents potentially associated with red mushroom sightings and things like that. So maybe elaborate a little bit on that, and then also the average person. You guys work separately. I know Rattlership can be confused. Of the principal witnesses which prove research other witnesses who really don't get a platform in his control. The narrative of the case, Charles Holt,
who live on the Malabar coast by this green square box here. They're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have once you get the coaching or the earliest recorded in India. And ancient India, there house of very ancient civilization, but we know some sources of trade, particularly from the and Arab historians. So we know that there are two kinds of settlements in India. The first of now so-called Cochin. Now, to read their local legends, but one of the most fascinating early first are the series of three copper plates that are apparently charter that were due to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. Very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish of other religions than monotheistic faiths, or anyway, that kind of thing. But anyway, that seems to offer some kind of charter, which essentially a promise to a possibly royalty and things like that. The 11th century, really old, and that of course does not. I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind. Like geographic description of one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many, many different civilizations that they seem to have not really in the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have evolved with a local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating local customs. Like, for example, this is a parrot that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. The skirt or other type of clothing, Kabbalistic references to the Orasa as a bride that is to be married. Of the Sabbath and Friday, a synagogue functionary with a carry this taper to all these kind of like oil things set up on the outer of the light of the synagogue on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of with the of the Portuguese. This is the first maids that the Brahma are making their way around India and exploring the region himself, the great explorer, patron as it were, and we are as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them in the language. Fascinating kind of elements, but we'll talk more about the Athens of 1978. You can see in the foreground a Hindu temple, and that distinct clock tower is the Cochin of several. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called on to the next most well-known. That would be the so-called harness. Quantities. In the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called B'nai Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, period. And so they developed a lot of unusual cultural services and other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the B'nai Israel. in the early 19th, the Hebrew scriptures in it that on the Shema prayer on the right, they all see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid such examples of these photographs from the early 20th century. Everybody's tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least sooner. Very important. Here. Left. unusual phenomena associated with their occupations and sometimes with their racial, that are not present in traditional these different self-imposed limited as he said, the power that so and so they begin to assimilate themselves or accentuate themselves towards
looking down at her, so she picked up a weapon that I got through a guy called Mike Steps from Forest. So if you haven't read, I'm trying to do is look at the facts, step away, take personalities out of it, but just present the facts. And write it. And he said, the facts are the facts. They're neither a Republican or Democrat. Contains more information on Rendlesham Forest and possibly Reservoir forward. He said it's like no equipment. So that's just a flavor in an hour. Where can people find you on social media and where can they purchase your book? Which is great to become now. Which the first thing is technology. The stories of which was my magazine, as you unfortunately might be able to do. If it's not much case, you can do two. Absolutely, and we may some
nevertheless identify
for joining us, Gary, and we'll be back again one day soon. Thank you to everybody that reaches out to us. We like to reply to them, whether it's Twitter, YouTube, whatever. So please get in contact with us. And if you have any questions at all, please look at Gary LT. Pronounce that correctly. And his book, of course. So we all is a faith.
God. So they identify as Chabad, which is a query and Ashket, but they are not actually overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense of
Man's feeble attempt at trying to maybe it's misunderstood technology. Entities or beings, but regardless, it's fascinating. So we've got a bunch of questions, Jay. Yeah, like how elongated it's going. Learn like I don't know if you see those. No, occasionally you'll see like a beautiful. I know, just a cat. I mean, But first, a big welcome to our
Good
to you, Gentlemen, and nice to be here. Yeah, thanks for giving us your time. Why ancient history, sort of cult, that type of thing. From my point of view, I got into the subject of volatile. However, we're not that young. We're not that young. I decided that I wanted to get involved in this subject, UFOs, as they were, and so I began investigating a light in the sky or something, but very quickly I started seeing some investigations network, which was run by flight sorcerer. Case involving a whole family and a car. radio started smoking the wires and she was doing those. And they could no longer hear the tires going over the road. So when they get home from this really short break, they realised that 3 hours missing their life. And they left with this. Years. And they were dream. Speak through the man and the woman. And they would come through the Mothman prophecies, the whole idea of enough small space for aliens is insufficient out there. And I got into the Earth Mystery, what we call the Earth Mystery. That's investigating laws of daylight and energy and stuff like that. I worked with a guy called Paul Devereux, Revelations, suggesting that could actually be the product of extreme geologies within the Earth. And now the right environment for these objects to manifest as well. And I started looking at these are great James comes from with his book Cosmic Worlds of Life, which sounds to me living entities. And this was like an extension of that idea of day. He said, look, we never saw a land drive home, and he was troubled. One of them was in the middle with his hands on the driving position, and the other two children were still asleep when they came out. And convenience of them, they don't remember what happened, or removed from what we call space-time. You know, the local universe sort of opens up. These intelligences not so much rock circles, but also something we've been talking about in a book called Alien Energy in 1994. Has
for example,
Is that
badly
comes
correct?
because we also or any other place around. But that is it. Is looking at the intelligences and how much impact they have on both human recently on Netflix where they discovered thousands of everything that's happening in the world. When you mention, hey, maybe these entities have had an interaction with us for quite some time. And this has been going on for a long time. We're just now the same events take place. We can involve someone else's jealousy that we would have inherent human nature being what it is. search on maybe back in the day to accept this as opposed to
Also very
some COD ratings.
also very
Wherever else, right? Like say this these actions that come down. Themselves and let's make it a foreign language. We like to shoot. You know, and of course, obviously, come into the space race age. And it's, you know, the nuclear bombs quite clearly we're seeing it now in terms of future technology. I mean, himself